and his colleagues will be presenting the learning management system evaluation, where we are so far. Towards the end of the meeting then, he and these colleagues will excuse themselves, so this group is going to have a vote. For those of you who are formally appointed to the ACAC, I'm going to be asking you to vote whether your preference is one or the other system. You're also welcome to abstain if you either are torn or don't have an opinion. But I'll be looking to ACAC to vote on that, and then I'll be reporting your votes, not in a one-by-one way, but as an aggregate, a total sum. And Alan will tell you more about that process. But I did want to give you a sense of what we're doing in today's meeting in the next hour and 15 minutes. So that is our big goal for today. I know there is a lot happening on campus that is also relevant. And Tom, thank you for including me in those emails about other things that you have been raising. I do want to keep a running list of agenda items so we can invite the appropriate people to address the other issues that are coming up. So do keep me apprised of the different issues that you're facing. But for today, we really are going to focus on these other things. So the learning management system evaluation, because that is time sensitive, and Alan genuinely wants our feedback. I am going to then start with the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes that were sent? See a hand raised. And a second? Thank you. Any friendly amendments to the minutes? Let me do that before we vote. Okay, those in favor of the minutes being approved for documentation. So Leanne will be counting that. And anybody opposed to the minute documentation? And any abstentions? Oh, okay. There's abstentions? That's fine. So I think we have one opposed, one abstention, or Christopher, are you abstaining? Abstaining.
I wasn't at the meeting, so
fine, Mary, yeah.
I'm not abstaining. I voted yes.
Voting against. Okay, so we're going to record that. Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to then move to Alan's brief updates, and I know that he more than anyone wants to make sure we have enough time to talk about the evaluation report. So I'm going to turn updates over to you.
Thank you, Karen. So just a couple of things. One is that we do have the login ID requirement that's happening in next week. So that will be using the longer form of your ID to log in. So for me, that's a.gorky@miami.edu instead of my shorter cane ID. As of the 12th, it will be a requirement on that page that you have something that ends in miami.edu before you can click the go button. And there's instructions on the page saying, hey, if you don't know what your ID is, click here, you can look it up, and it'll give that to you. So we're trying to make it as user-friendly as possible, but some people, again, will be surprised by this, regardless of how many times we've communicated and the information on the page. So just be aware of that. We haven't run into any systems at all or any problems at all using that longer form ID, logging into things that use like the Palm Tree page that we're used to for single sign-on. It's a little bit different for logging into like the U-chart system, but that'll be addressed, and we'll try to sync things up as much as possible. Then a couple of weeks after that, we'll start the Microsoft multi-factor enrollment, so people can start switching over as their time permits from Duo to Microsoft.
I asked a question about that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I actually joined for that. Will all other forms of authentication be removed, including YubiKey?
So YubiKey temporarily will not work until we have all of these applications moved on to Microsoft's Entra system, and then the YubiKey will start working again. We'll re-enable those. I really like that option. The Microsoft Entra does allow for YubiKeys and some additional controls over what you can and can't do to prove your identity.
So the YubiKey's gone. Probably SMS is gone.
SMS, yes, that will be gone.
And the dongles that were Duo dongles are gone.
So The Duo specific ones, yes. We're converting over to Safe IDs. Safe IDs work on both Duo and Microsoft, so I've been using a Safe ID for quite some time.
Oh, so there will be a dongle option.
Yeah.
So there'll be, and how many platforms will this, I think it's called number matching push is what Microsoft is. It's going to be the number matching thing.
So with the Microsoft Authenticator app, you're presented with 2 digits,
Okay.
and then the app says there's a push. Do you confirm this? I type in like 83, whatever, and then it does face recognition, lets me in.
And that'll be, and you have to register the app so it knows where to push. And
That's right.
will there be like a limit or 2? I'm just worried about being locked out. So is it going to be 2 devices as well as the dongle are possible?
Yeah, Brad, you unmuted.
What?
Initially it'll be the app and the dongle that you'll be able. I think down the road, as we put apps into what Microsoft calls the Entra, they allow for more advanced security options like YubiKey. And when we get to that place, I think we may relax a little bit on the 2 and say you can have a third if it's YubiKey, because that's a FIDO2. It's a super safe, additional option. So, I'm not promising anything, but I could see a world where we would advocate that when we got to a point where we could have a YubiKey and other FIDO2 type things you have, not necessarily even password, as options to log in, we would probably relax a bit more.
So these questions, I think, are going to be important to informing the communication that you put out about that. But I do want to make sure you get through your other updates.
Yeah. I'm sorry for taking so long, but yeah, it's kind of important to me.
It is, yeah.
I like the YubiKey option, to be honest. It's so super quick. So I look forward to that coming back. So yes, so the login ID is the main one coming next week, and then the multi-factor, Microsoft multi-factor coming down the line. There have been a couple of problems with Blackboard recently. One was about a test editing issue that impacted large exams on Classic. Another one was a file lock issue that was related to our Amazon web hosting, but both of those have been resolved. Those are my quick updates.
I just want to make sure you had a chance to go through them all. If other people have questions about the updates that Alan has just given us, we do have time for you to raise those now.
Alan, did you talk about? I'm sorry, Corinne. Did you say that Microsoft MFA also allows us for ultimately going to a Remember Me situation with other apps over time, and that's
No, I have not said that. Brad, do you want to?
Okay. There's a benefit to this, which is we did survey faculty and students. We got a list of apps that you all said that you use all the time, and Microsoft multi-factor will allow us over time to add things like Remember Me for 24 hours, so you don't have to be challenged with multi-factor every time you're in and out of sessions in Blackboard during the day, right? You could just log in once a day, or even once a week if we thought that was okay. But there is a reason we're doing this other than just because. So it will offer us more options for a much better experience and the ability to be much more, let's say, configurable by application. Today we don't have that with Duo.
Yeah, Sarah.
So when will this be put in effect?
So
Is there a date?
Yeah. So the Microsoft MFA enrollment starts in early March, so March 4th. We want to have it completed by April 15th. And then, as soon as we can, we're going to be migrating applications on the back end to this new Entra platform so we can do things like the fine-tune control over things like Blackboard. Yes, it contains grades and things, but it's not like, salary information, social security numbers. It's not health information. So we can probably tune that down to be to remember you throughout the day. So if you're in and out of offices and walking away from your computers and come back, you don't have to log in again. But other systems like Workday, we might want to say every time you go there, you need to log in.
So this is going to be implemented this semester.
That's
So,
correct.
so our students also are going to have to be on board with
That's
all
correct.
of this. Okay.
Yeah.
And if I have,
But for that,
and if
for that
they're,
month and a half,
Yes.
people will be able to use either system. So if you're
Okay.
in the, like right
But
now,
by
I'm
April
entirely
15th,
Microsoft.
you and the IRS are requiring me to do something. Okay. All right. And then the dongles, I have to get a new dongle? Or it has to be is that the idea?
Yes, if you would like to have a dongle after you register for Microsoft MFA, you can ask for one now.
Okay,
And
but
it'll work with Duo and it'll work with Microsoft.
okay, but it won't be reprogrammed the one I have. I have to get a
Now,
new
the
one.
one you have is Duo specific.
Okay.
It can only work with Duo.
Okay.
I see Mohammed has a hand up. So actually, Mohammed and then Burton.
What's a dongle?
It's like a little keychain thing. Oh, Bert has his.
You're taking me back to the 90s.
Yeah,
Oh
me
yeah,
too.
for sure. Yeah, this one's mine. This
Yeah.
is the new Safe ID one, and I press this number or this button here,
Yeah.
and then a 6-digit number shows up.
So you don't have to have your phone with you. So if you don't have your phone
Right.
with you, you can
But
use
that
it.
means I have to carry two things. I have to have my phone.
No, but sometimes
Well,
I'm
then
in
you
a
can just use
place
your
where I
phone.
don't have my phone. That's another idea. But anyway.
Bert, did you have another question?
And we could get those right now. Where do we go to? Where might see some?
We'll send this group instructions.
Okay.
Thank you, because that would make it seamless.
Yeah,
I-
right.
you know.
You can do that. Okay.
We'll send
But
the
it,
group
but it
instructions.
doesn't, let me just
Thank you.
make sure here, because you were saying face recognition, Alan. I don't have to use, am I correct that I don't have to use face recognition? Or I do?
So when I use the Microsoft Authenticator app,
Yeah.
it uses my Face ID to log me into that app and confirm I am.
But,
who I
but
say.
can I not have that? Do I have to have face recognition?
I don't know what the other options are. There might be a PIN option. For some phones, there's like a fingerprint option. It's just some other form to.
But
make sure
I
that-
need some, because I don't want to do biometric. But, I can do without it. All right. You'll let us know, though.
Yeah.
Tom, did you have a question before we move on? No, okay. All right. Clearly, these are a lot of questions that show that we're going to need some guidance and explanations, so that's very helpful. I'm going to turn it over to you now to go through your PowerPoint slides. And we'll keep Alan here for as much time as we can to answer questions. And then again, we're going to excuse some people, and then we're going to go to a vote to be reported in aggregate form.
Yeah, that by the way is my choice to be out of the thing. I think it clears the deck, and you guys can vote how you actually feel. I wouldn't
That
hold
was
it
his
against you
idea,
anyway,
not mine.
but yeah. So I'll present here. I'm just going to leave this in presenter mode, if you don't mind, so I can move back and forth. Okay. Oh, this is my ADPC version, but I'm presenting to them tomorrow. So ignore that part. So we've been using Blackboard since 1999. I've presented to this group before about the history of that, including the previous evaluation that we did. We did about a year and a half ago, we did a survey of faculty and students. Of the service ratings, Blackboard rated lower. It didn't rate negative, but it rated lower in satisfaction. And then the current version of Blackboard Classic is no longer being developed by the company. So they're not investing any time into that. And I think a couple of the stability issues we had recently was because they were testing it on Ultra, but they're really testing Classic, and there might be a few missteps. So that might increase as we go forward. So one way or the other, we have to leave Blackboard Classic. The time on that is ticking. So we have to either move to Blackboard Ultra or to Canvas, which is what many other universities have done. So this is the market share data that we have. This line here is Canvas going up from about 10% to above 30% since 2014. This blue line here is Blackboard. So it's had the opposite kind of curve from being almost the market leader. The second one is Moodle, which is open source thing often used by K-12 institutions and some universities. When we looked at private universities in the AAU, these are the LMSs that they're using. So a lot of them are on Canvas. We would be with University of Rochester being the only other one using Blackboard, and then there's a couple of others. This is D2L, Brightspace. We looked at the top 78 national universities according to U.S. News and World Report. 76% of them are on Canvas. And of the ones that are on Canvas, most of them migrated from one of these other tools, so Blackboard, Sakai, or Moodle, and they migrated to Canvas. So our objective during the evaluation was really to provide a fair and balanced evaluation. We already have people using Blackboard Ultra in certain schools. Certainly online programs are using Blackboard Ultra. It's a more modern interface there. The School of Nursing has adopted it entirely. And so we want to pilot this with real-world faculty, real-world students. We did a call for proposals that you all were informed about earlier. And we got large courses, small courses, graduate, undergraduate, with every school being represented initially. The business faculty did back out. So right now we have all faculty except the business who participated in the pilot. The interface to these don't look too different. This is the Blackboard interface. There is a little bit more ability to put in things like banners in the course. Canvas, again, looks sleek and modern. Both of these work better on a mobile device than the classic version of Blackboard. So we did 3 surveys of faculty and students throughout. That includes Canvas and Ultra. The general faculty satisfaction, the light blue is Blackboard and the darker blue is Canvas. So in most categories...
Wait. Blackboard, you've got to distinguish between Blackboard and Ultra. You're combining the two of them.
The light blue is Blackboard Ultra.
Okay.
The dark blue is Canvas.
All right. So you said Blackboard. So these are comparisons of Ultra and Canvas, not classic Blackboard.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah. For the rest of this presentation, I might just say Ultra and Canvas.
Okay.
So we're clear. These are the results, faculty satisfaction across various areas. Not all faculty use rubrics. Some do, some don't. And some of these, like messaging, is about the same. So I wouldn't consider that to be any real difference. The faculty interface results, despite having used Blackboard, most of them, Blackboard Classic, there was a general preference for Canvas.
This is a place where again, you're comparing Blackboard with Canvas, not Ultra with Canvas.
No, this is Ultra with Canvas.
Okay.
Yep.
In any case, did you compare the integration of Blackboard and SafeAssign with the integration of Canvas and Turnitin?
So we did not license Turnitin for this semester. Turnitin is the #1 market share leader in plagiarism detection and originality in the country. SafeAssign is a Blackboard-only tool.
So we did not compare the integration of one with the other?
We did not.
Okay.
The student ratings across a variety of tools was higher for Canvas than Blackboard Ultra. And then the overall student interface satisfaction was higher for Canvas than for Blackboard Ultra. When we asked the overall, this is faculty and students on Ultra, and this is faculty and students on Canvas. This is overall satisfaction. So as you can see, I think people were generally satisfied with both. We asked another question that isn't represented here. Would you like to move to this platform? Like, is it is this platform acceptable? We got positive results on both Ultra and Canvas. So it seems like people feel like there's an improvement either way. So for going from Classic to Ultra or going from Classic to Canvas, I think there's an improvement.
But Ultra is not that much better than Canvas, so that on the network effect, it's likely that Ultra will now take over and go back to being the dominant LMS.
So that's not part of our evaluation.
No, I understand, but what you say is it's not that much better, and so if most of our peers are in Canvas, they're unlikely to switch back to Ultra.
Well, what do you base that on? Just because they're trying to catch up doesn't necessarily mean they're a superior system. There's a reason a lot of people are using Canvas, and it seems like Blackboard is trying to become Canvas, and they're not successful.
I think that's right.
So I'm going to ask us to let Alan get through the slides. There are only a couple more, and then we can go to the screen where we can all see each other and have a good discussion.
Thank you, Karen. This is actually the last slide of data that I have. And we'd gotten this feedback from this group earlier because they were asking this sort of question. If faculty have experience using both, this is faculty and students, by the way. If faculty and students have experience using both, then what is their preference? And by both, I mean Blackboard Ultra and Canvas. So we had people in the pilot who were in the Blackboard Ultra group who had previously used Canvas at another institution. We had people in the pilot group who had used Blackboard Ultra and are now in the Canvas test group. And in this case, there was a preference for Canvas, but you can see that it's not one answer. There are faculty who felt various ways, and likely for very good reasons.
Well, but you did not disintegrate the faculty from the students, so you don't know whether faculty preferred or students preferred, or is that right?
I can pull up that chart, Tom, if you want. But the distribution was similar.
Okay.
And I'm happy to do that. In fact, when we go back to the main thing, I have a slide deck that has like 50 slides, and some of them are Power BI reports, and I can slice and dice them all sorts of ways. But it just becomes overwhelming.
But you said it didn't make it, that you think it's about the same.
It's a similar looking distribution.
Okay.
So what we're doing now is presenting the data. We presented it to the Administrative Services Committee of the Faculty Senate. They reviewed this data and they took a vote without me present. Now I'm presenting to Academic Computing Advisory Committee. Tomorrow I'll be presenting to the deans. And then I've been asked by Faculty Senate to present those findings to the General Welfare Committee and then to the overall Faculty Senate. I want to make sure that I'm doing it this way because I care, but I don't care as much as you do or you will about this transition. Because I can run whatever iron I'm told to run. I can integrate with whatever system I'm told to integrate. But it's your assignments, your content, your students in your system. So I really want to make sure that I have faculty backing to either move to Blackboard Ultra or to move to Canvas. The other things I'll say in there, I do want the provost and the CIO to acknowledge that this is safe and fine and we can move ahead. I think they'll accept whatever decision the faculty make. And then finally, I do need budget approval from the budget office because a transition either way will cost money. And I don't want to do a transition poorly. That will upset a lot of faculty. The last note.
Let me just say, if when you conclude, I want to go to the screen where everybody can see everybody for the discussion.
The plan, if this is all approved as the timeline hits there, is to begin the transition in August. So fall of 2025, I imagine maybe 10% of courses, early adopters, people who just want to say, yeah, I've used Canvas before, I want to jump in, or people who are currently in the pilot. Then a big chunk of them next spring, so a year from now, another big chunk next fall, fall of 2026, and then the remainder in spring of 2027. At the end of spring of 2027 is when our Blackboard contract expires. So we would no longer have two systems running in parallel. We would just have Canvas after that point. Again, if we transition to Canvas. If we stay with Blackboard Ultra, we would have similarly a 2-year transition period, but it's a little less rigid since we're staying with the same company.
Would there be a possibility of having a contract extension for, say, a year or so with Blackboard?
So any time that we run the two systems in parallel costs the university about $650,000 a year. So, they'll take our money for an extra year if we want to pay another $650,000.
I want to thank Alan for putting together these very clear slides and for doing a lot of the work to consult with so many different groups. I'm really impressed with the process here. Mohammed, you'd been trying to ask a question earlier. So now that we're all together, why don't you go ahead?
A quick one, Alan. Can you remind us about the learning curve for transitioning from Ultra or Blackboard to Canvas?
Yeah. Gemma, do you want to address that? Because I know you went to the training sessions and worked with some of the faculty.
Yeah, hi everyone. So really what we're thinking about with any kind of migration to Canvas or Blackboard is that you wouldn't be starting from scratch with, say, no content. So that's going to impact your learning curve. We do have one of our pilot folks in here who can give feedback that we made sure that you have, for instance, in the Canvas pilot, you would have material that you could explore. All the training that we provided was through Canvas, but also with Blackboard. The simple answer is there will be a learning curve. Will it be a complete having to redesign an entire course? Likely not. It's the way that both systems allow you to actually copy material in, and most of the work on your side is going to be setting up those assignment dates, making sure those tests work. That's where we see more of the heavy lifting. Content-wise, not so much. But it is getting used to a new system. So I don't want to say it's like really easy. The biggest thing we've learned from the Canvas pilot is Canvas seems easy. It's another system to learn. So I do want to be transparent that it's no different than, say, if you were learning Blackboard Ultra. So I would say it's very comparable, that it's just maybe the terminology is much more familiar in Ultra.
Is it easier to go to Blackboard to Ultra or go Blackboard to Canvas?
So I want to be careful. Yeah, I would say that I want to be careful because that's kind of a very subjective thing that I would say, I want to be careful saying, well, from my experience, like I could move to either, but some folks, I think, like you said, Michelle, I think you found it very easy and actually wanted to transition some material back to Blackboard because the process was a lot simpler. But some folks actually preferred Blackboard. We did have some Canvas pilot recipients said they preferred some of the mechanics of Blackboard. So it really, I think it very depends on on the professor's.
A different question. The question is the conversion process easier from Blackboard to Canvas or conversion process easier from Blackboard to Ultra?
So if I'm understanding you, do you mean conversion in terms of the materials, the conversion of your materials and content into either system?
Yes.
Would that be clear? Okay, so in terms of easier, I want to be clear that it would be simpler in Blackboard, and that's because the content is already in Blackboard.
Simpler
you haven't,
in Ultra.
Yeah.
In Ultra.
In Ultra, incorrect. Yes, in Ultra. So in Blackboard Ultra, it would be easier because you can actually right now copy original content, that's like the classic version of Blackboard, straight into an Ultra course. So would it be easier? Sure, yes. It's less steps. So I would agree, but are we preparing for that process so we can mimic that process in Canvas? Absolutely.
Wait. When you put it in and you mimic the process, will it be easier going from Blackboard to Ultra or Blackboard to Canvas as you modified Canvas? My guess is that nearly every university has moved to Canvas, so it cannot be that difficult. They probably have a transition that Canvas probably knows that has probably figured out how to make the transition from Blackboard to Canvas almost
Yes.
as Ultra.
So, yeah, go ahead, Alan.
So yeah, we've talked to some other universities about this, and this is why we need funding either way to move to either Ultra or to we've talked extensively with other universities that have used an external company called K16 that would give some white glove service to faculty to move their materials and then set them up the way they want. There's been some satisfaction with that, some dissatisfaction. We get mixed reviews about whether it's actually worth it. There are tools that do bulk migration, so it'll pick up and drop all of your stuff, but you still need to unpack it all and then rearrange it in the way that you want it. So there is that process of organizing your materials, putting them in the right place, and making sure that if you do anything advanced, like adaptive release, in other words, once somebody finishes quiz 1, then they get unlocked the folder for module 2. Things like that won't transfer over, and you'd have to set those up again. But a lot of faculty have fairly simplistic, here's my content, here's my materials, here's my links, I'm organizing it into folders. Most of that will transfer over just fine.
Are you
I
finer details?
I want to check in and see if other people who haven't had a chance to ask a question have a question that would either inform your decision about how to vote or help you understand the process so you can explain it back to your faculty.
I do, if it's okay to jump in.
Please, yeah.
My question is in relation to between Canvas and CaneLink, or is the kind of grading relationship between where we get our grades in maybe Canvas now and how that migrates over to CaneLink, or is that still, would that remain the process, or would it change with the use of Canvas?
So that's a good question. That's not something that we covered in our evaluation. Right now with Blackboard, you can export a spreadsheet of grades and then import that into CaneLink and then confirm those grades. I would imagine there's something similar to that in Canvas, but Gemma, why don't we look at that and see grade export, like gradebook export format, and then seeing if it can import into PeopleSoft. Ideally, I would like to automate that.
Yes, I would love to see that automated. If we go to Canvas, it'd be great if that was like a seamless thing that we're not exporting, and because sometimes we have classes that are mixed between, in architecture, between graduate and undergraduate levels, and so that
and it's 2 different courses in CaneLink.
And so the human error factor would be great if we could use these platforms to extract that.
Yeah. When I was at Penn State, we had that process work, and it went into one course, and say it was the undergraduate course, and then just all the graduate students were ignored. And then it went into the graduate course, and all the undergraduate students were ignored. And it basically worked. But anytime we import data automatically into CaneLink, we just want to have a quality control step in there where faculty are confirming that, if you assigned a 72%, that you actually meant that was a C and not a C minus, or whatever. So, but let's try to do that either way. If we move to Ultra, then let's try to do that too. Sarah, did you have a?
Yeah.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, and then after that, Sarah, we'll have your question.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll be.
So go ahead.
Okay. Regarding the online exams, I currently use lockdown browser. So would we use the same environment for those testing, or students would use different environment?
Yes. Respondus lockdown browser works with either tool.
I have,
Sarah?
yes, I have 2 points. One is, I think most of my faculty want the least amount of work on something like Blackboard. That's the bottom line. This is not what they're their whole life is doing, and basically they use it for the students. So I think our question and what I'm hearing is, what on my end as a professor do I have to, and my other colleagues say, what do I have to spend the least amount of time and the least amount of trouble? We all have, anybody that says there's no problem in technology, know they're either lying to me or they don't know what they're talking about, because there's always going to be issues, right? The question is how can I reduce those? So I think that's what everybody's thinking. I think most of my faculty don't care if it's X, Y, or Z, what the name of the program is they're all competing, so they all do the same, they all have relatively the same features. So that's what my faculty are going to ask me about. What is the least amount of work I can do? Other than those that I think that have used Canvas, that are coming from other schools saying we'd like Canvas. So everybody wants also the least amount of work that they can do. They're used to it. So can you tell me that?
Least amount of work is going to be moving to Ultra, but that's not the question. There is all of our colleagues out of the other universities are all using Canvas, and so
yeah,
that it seems that's a deciding factor, and even if it's a little more difficult to make the transition.
Okay.
But to go back to earlier points, people have different opinions on what's
Right.
going to be easier. I see some people
Right.
shaking their heads. Jim has said that it's subjective, so
Okay.
there are different perspectives on what would be easier.
And the other thing is, when I'm voting, let me just, one more point. When I'm voting today, I'm voting on my opinion, or who am I voting based on? Because I never got a formal vote from my department, my school, of what they want. So this vote that I'm doing.
Yeah, you're not meant to represent a majority vote within your school. You're meant to represent your school, given your expertise and your awareness of your colleagues.
Okay. So it's not.
So yeah, I mean, you're voting on your own, but you're representing your school.
Right.
As the designated.
Okay, but not as the majority.
Yeah. I don't think anybody.
If I could just address Sarah's point real quick. So it's going to be work either way, because the option of staying on Blackboard Classic doesn't exist long term.
Okay.
That is a dead end.
Okay.
So the question, I think, to this group is, yes, Blackboard Ultra will probably be less work to do the initial migration.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be that then you have to deal with an interface that, again, based on the survey results, is not as intuitive, does not have like the highest satisfaction.
Okay.
So is it worth putting in a little bit extra work to go to Canvas now and then have a better long-term
Because I have to switch anyways.
Short-term, long-term.
May I add one more remark to that? We might also be faced with having to switch to Canvas anyway if Blackboard Ultra goes under.
Right. Or gets acquired.
That's a good point.
By
got
Canvas.
hands up from Mitsu and Mary.
Right.
Mitsu first, and then Mary.
Yeah, so I have a question about this transition supporting budget that the Alan sort of mentioned in passing. I think I expect that maybe during the first 2 or 3 years there will be a huge sort of influx of questions to a LMS support team. So Blackboard Help Desk has been very helpful. Whenever I have a problem, I call up the desk and get an answer. So I was wondering whether the transition budget will include increase in the support for faculty and students to access whichever the new learning management system we choose.
So yes, the support for 2 years, we will have additional staffing in terms of a project manager, a senior instructional designer, a regular instructional designer, 2 help desk positions, and then some student interns that will all work with faculty to field questions, address issues. With Canvas, we have some extra money in there for hiring external services to help, with very complex courses. to help us find add-on modules or whatever else we need to smooth that over. So those positions are in both budgets, Ultra and Canvas, because like I said, it's a transition and a learning curve either way. So I want to have the support either way. Then after the 2 years is up, the help desk positions remain because the university strategic plan is to increase online enrollment. And I think that would necessitate, if we're doing more with online courses, we're going to need more long-term support.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mary.
My question was, and maybe you said this and I missed it, but irregardless of the additional support, is there a financial benefit to moving from Blackboard to Canvas?
No.
Okay.
This is not a financial decision.
Thank you.
The Canvas year-to-year contract is slightly cheaper, but then you have to buy Turnitin, which is an external product, where with Blackboard it's integrated. So it balances out down to like a few percentage.
And speaking of financial incentives, I believe that Miami-Dade made its transition over and paid its faculty that moved $3,000 each, a little bonus. I assume that's not in your budget.
So Tom, if you would like to be the generous sponsor of the Thomas Robinson grant for faculty who are willing to get into Canvas, then I will accept that donation.
I'll move this afternoon. I have one question, if I can slip in here. On School of Architecture has to go through NAB, which accredits our program, and as part of that, we are often in support courses requested to present tests and then scores of tests from students, but they need to be associated with like the content that they're being tested on. So it's not enough just to say they got this grade. They have to say they missed these questions so they can see where the kind of failure points are at in the program, if you will, or in the course, that particular course in the curriculum. Is there an ability on Canvas to directly report out the tests? Because as far as I'm concerned and what I was able to learn from Blackboard, we can't just download the tests from each student per course per examination. We can go in there and kind of like screenshot and capture stuff and whatnot, but there's no ability to get like that test out as like a document, a frozen document. You know, if Canvas allows us to do that.
Are you talking about individual students' exam results and stuff? So not like item analysis?
Not item analysis. It has to be like the question that they were asked, the answer that they gave, and the score of that question, but for the kind of and then across their test as well. So they want to kind of see it's really, please understand it's archaic, and I know that.
I Gemma, is that something we can look into?
Yeah,
so
something that
be exporting an individual test submission and as a sample of a portfolio or something.
And it's something that our school wants. It's actually something that the accrediting board, upon their visit, has asked or requested in terms of some of these more, I guess, what's called like typical, more generalized courses that are taking a large format and testing.
Yeah,
which is not normal for the School of Architecture.
Just based on the percentages of Canvas adoption, it's very likely that the people doing accreditation come from institutions that also have this ability and probably are using Canvas. So I would think that it's in there because it would have to be in there for other schools. But again, that's something that we can investigate.
Thank you.
Alan, in the program that we had last week, they indicated for a nominal amount they would let us use Turnitin and see how it worked with Canvas. Is that possible?
So, Jim, I'm not sure where we left that.
Yeah. So I think at this point, Thomas, I haven't spoken back to the Canvas folks. They're actually out of the office this week. But the recommendation, I would say, is for us to actually proceed with just the 2-week trial where you can directly use the Turnitin Feedback Studio. Any integration with Canvas right now is likely to be different come August. So it would be, I would recommend, not fiscally sound or even for testing purposes, or even testing Canvas, because their integration is going to be updated by the time that if we were going to use it, then it would be different. So I would certainly say that the recommendation is to go with the 2-week trial at this point.
Yeah, but trial doesn't get you the integration. The integration is critical. Safe Assign is integrated with Blackboard, and we don't know how the Turnitin is going to work out as it's integrated with, and that's an important data point.
It is. Richard, I see your hand up. Is it on this topic or a new topic?
Related. I was thinking in terms of assessment, and this also speaks to what Chris was talking about earlier, perhaps. Many of us are using GradeScope. I've discussed it before in our meetings as a way of managing assessment in an exam situation and giving feedback to students that's tailored to individual students. And they can see the rubrics even as they evolve. There's several ways to do this. I'm wondering if there's going to be integration for GradeScope into Canvas.
Yeah.
Well, fantastic.
Blackboard Ally as well. So even if we move to Canvas, we would maintain Blackboard Ally, which is the accessibility tool that does work with Canvas.
If we choose to go to Canvas, I assume that is it the nursing school that's currently using Blackboard?
They're using Blackboard Ultra.
Blackboard Ultra, so they would have to convert as well.
Yeah.
But we have faculty that have piloted. Yeah, they piloted Canvas at our school.
Yep.
But the entire medical curriculum is based in Blackboard right now.
Huh.
That's a large ship to turn.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it's turning one way or another to Ultra or Canvas.
Some universities have tried to do this conversion in 1 year. And in fact, Canvas has built into their contract a 1 year free conversion year. But we're going to pay for an extra year of running both systems simultaneously because I don't want to rush this. And then also, I know some faculty teach a course once every 2 years, or they might, get 18 months out and be like, oh yeah, I still need that thing from back here. So I think, a 2 year steady progress is a good time frame for this. If we convert, we have to go with one or the other. That's Ultra or Canvas.
If you had to predict, would you predict that Ultra will overtake Canvas now, or it's going to die off? Just predicting.
I would think that if Canvas is challenged as a market leader, it would come from another source aside from
Right.
Ultra. Yeah, it would be disrupted by another upstart.
Yeah, I agree.
But we've been on Blackboard for 25 years. If we can be on the new system, either Ultra or Canvas for 25 years, then I can retire.
Well, Canvas has got to figure out that Blackboard lost its monopoly, and they better innovate and provide us with services. Otherwise, they're going to be gone.
Yes.
So let me say a few words about the process and the vote today while Alan is here, because as you're listening to this, if you have other questions, I do want to make sure you have an opportunity to ask them. Again, I've been impressed with a lot of the different data points that he and his team have been gathering. So there has been the survey of faculty, of students. They are talking with people in Faculty Senate in various groups. So we are one data point, but it's really useful that we as a group have an opportunity not only to vote, but also to ask the questions which will help guide those future decisions. So I think this is a really important conversation. In terms of the vote, again, we're just reporting as an aggregate, and I'm really curious to see whether we as a group are split or heavily favoring one side or another. But then our vote will be reported as an aggregate of this committee to all of these other entities, including the General Welfare Committee, the Provost's Office, and others who are making these decisions. If there are strong feelings, I do think you might want to make sure that you, and some of you have documented these strong feelings so that that can also be part of the qualitative data that I know Alan puts together when he's talking about these issues. And there was no expectation that you would be surveying all of your faculty for an exact vote. The idea is that this is a committee of people who are representing your areas of expertise, understanding your pedagogical practices, so you can give a sense of an informed decision from your point of view. But again, I don't want you to feel the responsibility of, you're not creating the policy, you're voting on a preference that then we will put together as what we're thinking about in terms of this committee. And I think it's really useful to get a sense of what are you doing now in your various schools and colleges, what the other faculty are thinking about, what's happening in our peer institutions. All of this is really important data. It's hard to predict. I'm glad you raised questions related to the corporate strategies, Tom, and market shares. Some of that is hard to predict. So we're, in a sense, making a decision on our preference. I would say for the next 25 years, because that's really hard to predict, but what do you prefer for the next 5 to 10 years? Understanding that we're doing something, and there will be a budget to support training, but that's also a lot of what would be in process as well.
But we don't have that one data point that I would like to have, and that's the integration.
So, may I share one more slide?
Yeah.
This is what Tom had asked for. So this is the people who'd used both Canvas and Ultra. The sides are switched on the side, just the faculty. So people who had experience in both of just the faculty had a 45% strong preference for Canvas, 18% slight preference, 9% neutral, and 27% strong preference for Blackboard Ultra.
That doesn't speak to my question about integration, though.
No, it was your other question about could you just
Yeah.
take out student data on this kind of thing, and I said it was a similar distribution.
Alan, could I ask what the sample size was here?
Yeah, so with so these are the numbers. So in terms of students, we have thousands of students. We have thousands of students who are already involved in the Blackboard Ultra pilot, the Canvas pilot, and then Blackboard Ultra faculty, quite a few. And the Canvas faculty is more of a representative sample than like a randomized sample or anything. But we thought it was important to represent the different disciplines to make sure that we had STEM, arts and sciences, people in humanities, and every school, graduate and undergraduate.
So for the faculty then, the ones that have used both is 24 people?
No, just the ones that have used, that were in the Canvas pilot. But the both were faculty in this 24 plus 218 that had indicated that they had used both. So you could be in the Canvas pilot from the School of Nursing and you would have had Blackboard Ultra experience, but you're also now in the Canvas pilot. Or you came from another university where they use Canvas and you're in the Blackboard Ultra pilot. So it's faculty of that combined group that had indicated they had experience in both. Right.
Useful question about sample size. Yeah. Sorry, was somebody else asking a question?
We're good. I'll disappear and ask Gemma to do the same.
Before you do, anybody else have a question that would help inform your vote or the process? Because they're going to leave the meeting and not come back. Thank you very much. It'll be exciting to see how this progresses. And I really appreciate that you laid out those steps in terms of what's happening in March and April.
Yep. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I will accept whatever the vote is, by the way. So don't feel like I'm trying to pressure you one way or the other. Thank you.
And I also am not trying to pressure anybody one way or another because it doesn't matter to me. We just want to have a system that's going to work for the majority of the faculty and make our work better. Any questions for me before we do a vote?
Yeah, I think you should report not just the aggregate, but also what the split is.
Absolutely. What the split is in terms of the vote.
Yes.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, when I say aggregate, I don't mean just who wins. I mean the aggregate numbers. In other words, I'm not going to report Tom Robinson said do this or else. I'm not going to report it by individual, but we will report the vote count. So if you're abstaining, that's also a fair choice, and we'll report that number as well.
Just make sure to document Tom's commitment to the 3,000.
Tom's commitment to helping train all faculty on the transition. I think the transition endowment fund is a good idea.
I am willing to make a contribution. It was $1,000 toward the integration of Turnitin and Canvas. They said they would give us a shot at it, but I'm not sure at this point. I think that we should have a discussion here before we go forward to vote. We've had a discussion.
Absolutely, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we have time. Let me just also say that if you are going to pilot test that integration with Turnitin, we as a committee would like to hear about how you felt about how it went.
Sure.
At our next meeting. But let's open this up for discussion before we vote then. Yeah, Richard.
So the Miller School fairly recently revamped all of the medical curriculum for the undergraduate medical students, so years 1 and 2, with some additional changes for the graduate medical education. Traditionally, that entire program had been based in the classic form of Blackboard. More recently, it migrated over into Ultra. I've taught in that environment up there and surrounded by people who do that. It was seamless. Nobody seemed to hardly notice at all. I didn't hear any whining about it. Now, I do think that if we switched over to Canvas, that some people could get indigestion. So they would need a little reassurance that there would be backup to do that, because it's a big program. There's a lot of people involved, and the transition would be important. So having people on board, a budget to bring in folks to help with the transition who could sit with the medical school education administration. There's a bunch of people who do that just full time, and that would help a lot, I think. But other than that, it looks like it's a no-brainer to me.
No-brainer in what sense?
Canvas is just superior, and it looks like a
and
better
why?
supported platform.
Why do you think that, Richard? Why do you think it's superior?
It's more intuitive. Just walking through it. Something even now, I've been using Blackboard since 1997 or something, and even now there are things that I still.
It's kludgy.
Seems like every time I set up a course, I have to mess around with something.
Yeah, it's kludgy. It's like you forget it. I know that. But what can you do? That's just one question I have.
You're nodding your head a lot. So after Sarah, Michelle, tell us why you like Canvas.
I just wanted to know, what is one thing that you can do in Canvas that you cannot do in Ultra? Or is it just it's just the ease of it? Is that what we're talking about?
Nothing that I use and that the people that I work with use would be substantially different, except it does feel a little bit more intuitive in the layout. And people don't want to spend a lot of time looking stuff up and going to the help files and all that. They do. They contact support. We use a lot of their time. They're great, but it would just be better just to feel your way through it. And I think also we'd be sort of future-proofing it, because there's just better support. There's more people invested in this.
I agree.
They seem to be keeping up with it. And I felt that Blackboard definitely had not been. And don't get me started with K-Link, because we're not talking about K-Link today. But yeah, that's why.
So I've been in both I've used all three: regular Blackboard, Blackboard Ultra, and Canvas. I'm part of the faculty that was in the pilot test for Canvas and comparison to Ultra, and it's not, as Richard was saying, one offers something substantially different and more in terms of features, but in terms of usability and catering to user experience, Canvas is far superior. There's less training necessary. There's more support in Canvas. It's easier to use. And just in terms of someone who wants to use modules and just navigate with less frustration, Canvas is better. They really thought about what we talk about in terms of user experience design and the feature. When we talk about usability and not having to think, it's there, it's easy, and it just, the common sense part of it, it's there. And one of the things that keeps coming up that's bothering me personally, though, we shouldn't be making a decision based on if one might be dominating the marketplace and worry about what that means financially. We need to be making decisions on what is easy to use, what has less frustration, and what makes sense for us as faculty in catering to students' needs. And I think that's the priority here, and Ultra just is trying to play catch up to what Canvas delivers. And of course, that's my opinion, but I did survey my faculty in the School of Communication, and Canvas outweighed Blackboard and Blackboard Ultra in every sense. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Yeah, Tom.
It's clear that the Canvas is superior. It's going to be a more difficult transition, I think, than Ultra would be. But the fact that all of our peers have adopted Canvas speaks to its superiority, and I just don't think that Ultra is going to catch up. And from a network effect standpoint, we're going to be behind if we're not using the same system that our peers use.
Yeah, that's a useful summary. We are beginning to lose a couple of people who are sending me chats with their votes, so I have those recorded. As far as I'm concerned, we do have time for other comments and questions, but if you'd like to move to a vote, we can do that. All right, then I'm going to give you three choices. I'm going to give you the choice of Blackboard Ultra, of Canvas, or abstaining. If your screen is off and we can't see how you're voting, feel free to do a hand raise in that image if you like, or if you want, you can go to chat and I'll pay attention. If you don't want to be on camera and you want to vote on the chat, I'll record that over there as well, if you can't stay for the meeting.
Do you want us to use the react buttons, like a check mark or?
Well, I should ask, are you comfortable voting in this setting, or do you want it to be confidential in the chat? Does anybody have a preference for how we vote?
I'm going to use like a poll?
I'm not set up for that at the moment. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm just not set up for it.
I'm comfortable to vote.
You comfortable to vote? Okay. So I see some votes in the chat. If you're still online, go ahead and we will raise your hand or a reactor if you want Blackboard Ultra. Okay, I've got some abstain, some Canvas votes on the, okay. So is that a Blackboard Ultra vote?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got one for Blackboard Ultra. Leanne, you're on here, so please record that. How many for Canvas? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I've got another one from someone in the chat, who's not raising a hand. Okay, so Leanne, you're doing that. Okay, then the last one is abstention. I've got one abstention in the chat. Anybody else abstaining from the vote? Okay. So, Saron, are you abstaining or voting for Canvas? Canvas, right? Okay.
Already
So
voted
I've
for
got,
yeah.
you're voting for Kansas. So I've got 2 abstentions.
Yeah, that's AI stuck that hand up. Go away. Sorry, I didn't do that on my own. AI did it.
That's fine. So I've got 1 abstention that was through a chat and 1 abstention online from Johnny Orr. Okay. All right. So, any other comments or questions that you'd like us to be documenting as we move forward with that part? Then anything that we haven't mentioned at any of the previous meetings that you would like to make sure we put on an agenda for the future, for the spring? I've been keeping a running list, but is there anything things sometimes are coming up about people, certain websites going down, losing access, so we're aware of those issues and looking into people to invite to talk about some of those issues? But are there other things you want us to keep in mind as we figure out the agendas and people to invite?
So, Rick, in passing, mentioned Cane Link. I don't know whether we have. I think many people have complaints about Cane Link.
Cane Link, okay.
Right, but I don't know whether having a discussion. My understanding from serving this committee and having some discussion some years ago is that it is impossible to make changes. The way Cane Link works.
Right.
So having a full discussion in this committee will be useful, but it may be interesting discussion topic.
Okay, so Cane Link is a potential topic.
In passing, Alan mentioned something that I experienced, but it also in passing, it seemed like they had taken care of it. And that was in some of the classrooms, I was experiencing an inability to access folders and files in Blackboard. And so I had to spitball it with my phone when I first started this particular term and contacted folks about that. And then I got moved to a new room. Not necessarily the best solution. I don't know if they fixed that, but I gathered that Alan knew about that stuff. It sounds like it wasn't unique to me. And the weird thing was, it would be like in one room on one machine, there was a problem. In another room, no problem at all. So if it's a network thing, it's like, what's going on with that? So kind of seemed machine specific. I don't know, but if anybody else has experienced that, if you've heard from anybody else who's experienced that, we need to nip that in the bud. That's still a problem.
I was pleased that Kathy Kern came on, and we ought to keep our finger on the going forward as we begin to move online. That's going to be a really important part, and so we ought to be kept informed of how we're progressing.
She's invited to all of these meetings, and if we want her to talk about something specifically, I can ask her to do so. I know that they're still in the process of hiring someone for that key position, so I think she may want to wait to talk till she has that in place. But I like that idea of keeping that connection between this committee and Kathy and what she's doing with that office. It's a good idea. And we always tend to have IT security. Go ahead, Sarah.
I'd like us, since we were informed that we have a new AI director, if we can invite him, I believe.
Okay, you're ahead of me on that one. I'll look into it.
Okay, we both Brad and Alan had mentioned it, that he got on board. Yeah, he got on board, I think, last semester. So I think it'd be interesting for us as this committee to know what his plans are in terms of AI.
Okay, So, Mitsu, you know who that is? David?
Yeah, his name is David Wayne, Wayne.
Okay.
So I'm chairing another Senate committee. But I'm on another committee, and we invited him to give a brief presentation for that committee. And he talked about what his plans are. At that point, his focus was on sort of business productivity applications.
So more administrative than academic?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And is he going to? So your sense was there wasn't going to be an academic. He's in charge of the administrative rather than academic side of AI.
So he said that the present moment's focus is on.
Okay.
So I think he was tasked to incorporate the AI in our day-to-day application.
Mm-hmm. More on the IT side.
Right, Outlook and Workday.
Yeah, the IT applications.
Right.
Not the academic, because I think that's really what's needed. I don't know if that was his role. Is what's needed in the academic side of AI and where we're going on that is crucial.
Right.
So.
And it looks like he's doing contractual negotiations with the companies that provide those software tools.
Mm-hmm. Like a Salesforce or something like Salesforce and customer service, things like that.
All right, these are great suggestions. We're taking notes on those. Thank you for such a helpful discussion. And we will report the vote in terms of number of people for, number against, and number abstaining. So thanks very much.
Thank you for leading us.
Yes, thank you.
See you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Like a herd of cats, Karen.
I love cats.
So you have experience. Thank you so much. You do a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarah.
told me she's my class, and she knows nothing. She gets zeros on the quizzes.
Okay.
And she asks questions that are irrelevant, you know?
Right, right.
So I have to basically tell her to drop the class because technically she's not allowed to be in 202 because she didn't pass 201.
Right. So
but I'm going to go talk to her advisor.
But do you have, but the question is, do you have rights to know that she got a D in 201?
Yeah, because student records are open to basically, if you're dealing with their courses, it's not a secret. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Because I'm not asking what she got in management. I'm asking, does she have the prerequisites for my course?
Okay, all right.
So I'm not asking what she got
in BTE 210. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm asking, is she eligible to take my course?
All right.
Does she have the prerequisites?
Right. Yeah. So what do you want to tell her advisor?
No, I'm going to go tell the advisor, listen, this student is really doing very badly. It's really material from 201. I'm not going to say Luca told me.
Right,
this is really material from 201.
Right.
It's material from 201. She's really doing badly. She's not like even in the ballpark.
Right.
How did she do in 201?
Oh, you're going to ask. Okay, okay.
No, I'm going to ask. I'm not going to say that I know.
Okay. I thought you were going to say that you knew.
No, I'm not going to say that I know. I'm going to ask.
Yeah, right. Is she qualified? I'm just curious. Is she qualified? It's
Is she qualified? Where did she take 201? Because sometimes they transfer credit,
or you're just saying, what's her grade from 201? Even that. You know,
no, I'm going to say, did she take 201 and did she take it at UM?
Right.
Because a lot of times they transfer credits,
right.
You know.
You can even be more ignorant.
Yeah, I'm ignorant. I don't even know that she took it at UM.
Right.
But I'm going to do her a favor because she's going to fail the class. Why is she wasting her time?
Right. And then you having even to grade her paper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, okay.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense paper that I'm grading.
Right. So that's what
she's a very nice kid.
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with.
I know. Well, this kid.
You know, the ones who are bad and obnoxious, it really irritates me.
Well,
but she's nice. She just maybe she should study something else.
Right.
You know?
But I'm just telling you that this kid, once he told me 311.
Yeah.
You know, I said, what? I said, what is 311 to him? And he knew what it was.
Right.
But I was surprised, and I said, why are you taking 311? And he says, well, I'm a quant economics major. And I said,
it was a BS. He's getting a BS degree. That's why.
Right. But I'm just saying, I don't want to go to law school. And, it sounded like really. And I said, so what happened here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he kind of said, well, I got kind of stressed out, blah, blah, blah. So I said, fine. I said, you don't do well in online. And then I had another guy at the very end. I have the students come. This is funny. I had a student come. I have students, they have to show their face. This is what I say. You come to class, you have to have your camera on. I don't care.
Right.
And then what I do, I share my screen, but sometimes I just go back just to see. And most, and some never show their face, but I just make it a point. So I see this guy, and then my teaching assistant came in. I was seeing him, and I see this guy that's supposedly my office hours, and I said, Christian, and he doesn't respond, and I don't see a face. And then my TA said, I see somebody moving. And it turned out he was sleeping on his bed, but you couldn't see his face. So I said, he fell asleep, let me remove him from the class. So I removed him, and then about 3 minutes later, he came back to Zoom. He entered Zoom again, and he makes up a story. He goes, oh, excuse me, but I didn't do the attendance because my battery just went out on my iPad.
Right.
And so I said, welcome. I said, so what was the class about? And he goes, and then he said, well, we were on Zoom. I go, yes, that's correct. But what was the class about? What did I discuss at the end of class? And he goes, remind me.
Remind me, okay.
It's amazing, the chutzpah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's what's so funny. I start laughing, and
Right.
I said, have a good day.
Right.
And then,
Exactly.
but but it was so funny, and he just laughed quietly. He did not. He goes, "I forgot to sign up."
Right.
But
Right.
it was
Right.
funny how I said, "What did we talk about in class?
Right.
Remind me."
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right. It must
So
be.
enough stories. We're all caught up. So
Oh yeah. Okay, we're all caught up in the thing, and you're doing well. Everything. The
yeah.
main thing, you
Yeah.
feel
Everything
good.
is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Bye. Wow.